Howdy, y'all. Sorry I'm late. Well, I sure picked a terrible time. Reese and Tommy are both on. Susie's on. Miss Kim is on. My goodness. But what I need to be doing is getting ready to go. Orion! Orion! Good boy. Sorry, guys, I'm playing with this toy. I'm not even paying attention to what I'm supposed to be paying attention to. Sorry, guys, I'm playing with this toy. I'm not even paying attention. Stop! Hi, Susan. How are you? Hey, I. Hi, Fuzzy. Sorry, you guys. I'm playing with this new toy that Pup Groomer recommended for getting the dog to try to stop barking. Studying. Well, I should be studying IMI. I'm actually playing, but yes, I need to get to the studying. The wind is picking up. It looks like it's not going to continue to be a nice afternoon for long, so we ought to probably get to it. Hey, Jen, how are you? I want to try something, you guys. IMI is going to laugh at me more for not studying, but I want to see if this works. 。 I'm gonna have to mute for a minute. I'll be right back. Look at that, you guys. There we go. Can you guys hear me? You guys should be able to hear me. How about now? Well, how about now? How about now? Okay. Sorry, I had the echo on. I apologize, Fluffer Squirrel. Okay. Yeah, something like that, guys, chatting in stereo. You're skittish. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Okay. We'll see how long this works. Can you guys hear that little bit of an echo? Okay, good, Jen. Thank you. What approaches to bilingualism? Approaches to bilingualism. What are the approaches to bilingualism? I need a notebook. Relative versus stable versus dynamic. Approaches. Okay. This is what she had us do stuff about. Sociology of language approach. The ethno-linguistic vitality approach. And the critical constructivist approaches. Okay. So, which approach will employ this kind of instrument? Fuzzy, I didn't see you earlier. Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Okay. So I need to read over the approaches to multilingualism. I think that's what happened, Jen. I will distinguish three main approaches to the sociolinguistic study of bi and multilingualism here. Each comes with quite different disciplinary assumptions, interests, theorizing, methods, and priorities. Orion. There are commonalities between them, particularly between the first and second approaches. But on the other hand, not all the research fits neatly into these two categories. The first two predate the third and are in some degree being superseded by it. And by the way, you guys, happy 420. The bear says happy 420. So, sociology of language is the first approach to multilingualism. The study of bilingualism grew in the 1950s, led by Uriel Weinreich's Languages in Contact from 1953, a deceptively slim book that became enormously influential. From the 1960s, multilingualism research was nurtured under the American functionalist sociology of the time. The sociology of language is a broad brush approach dealing with the situation of whole languages and societies. It focuses on how languages operate in a society, their standing, functions, and social distribution. That sounds important. What does it focus on? It focuses on how languages operate in a society, their standing functions, and social distribution. Its interest is in the place of entire languages, which can be defined as named entities such as Hindi or Catalan or Kiswahili. It takes those languages as wholes rather than microanalyzing their structures and features. It tends to deal in macro social factors, for instance, looking at which age or ethnic groups in a society use which language. Its typical method is the survey questionnaire. The sociology of language is a study of society rather than of language, and many practitioners tend to see themselves as doing sociology rather than doing linguistics. The sociology of language examines not what individuals or even small groups do, so much as the linguistic behavior of whole nations or their major constituent groups, particularly ethnicities. The question asked is, what is the sociolinguistic profile of India or Spain or Tanzania, rather than how do individual speakers in those countries use their languages? What is the sociolinguistic profile, rather than how do they use their language? Hi, puppy. You want to come here? Come here. Puppy, puppy. Come here. All right. The weather is definitely changing, you guys. I don't know if you can see it. This emphasis includes the study of how bilingualism and multilingualism operate in society and how different languages relate within a nation or ethnic group. Not surprisingly, this focus often reflects the multilingual origins of the scholars involved, including those of the founder of the sociology of language, Joshua Fishman. Although his main personal focus was on the macro level of language-society interaction, he was keen in the early years from micro-sociolinguistics to also be corralled under the sociology of language umbrella. While his own empirical research concentrated on statistical analyses of the place of languages in societies and nations, his early activity as an editor encompassed a lot of work with a more micro focus. Guys, if you're really enjoying me reading out loud, please give me a thumbs up or something, because otherwise I'm going to move to silent reading. Oh, Jen, you like it? Okay. The sociological survey approach continues today to provide basic information about bilingual communities around the world. Hi, happy 420. The title is The Sociology of Language, Jen, and the Approaches to Multilingualism. The sociological survey approach continues today to provide basic information about bilingual communities around the world. In Miami, high numbers of immigrant Cubans make for a strong presence of Spanish alongside English. A statistical study by Jorgen Porcel found that shift away from Spanish among these immigrants was influenced by factors like being born or educated in the US and contact with English speakers. So that is about the sociology of language approach to multilingualism. The next approach to bilingualism is ethno-linguistic vitality. The concept of ethno-linguistic vitality was developed in the 1970s to explain the relationship between ethnicity and language, in particular the place of social and cultural factors in accounting for groups' language, behavior, and attitudes. Central in developing this approach was Howard Giles, a British social psychologist now in California, who specialized in the role of language in social relations. Working with a range of collaborators, Giles initiated an approach to multilingualism based on the insights of social psychology compared with the sociological origins of Fishman's work. In their original, this sounds better than the 1999. Yeah, it's still got some problems. We're going to run across some problems. Trust me. He uses the word exploration rather than colonization. But it is 2014, so it's only 10 years old. In their initial proposal of this approach, Giles, Voorhees, and Taylor in 1977 write, "The vitality of an ethno-linguistic group is that which makes a group likely to behave as a distinct and active collective entity in intergroup situations." They suggest three kinds of structural variables. They suggest that three kinds of structural variables affect vitality. Yeah, yikes is right. Status derives from the he's also a New Zealander, so it's a little different context. He's not an American. So I don't know, a little bit of grace for the not Native not I'm saying Native American. He's not an American. Jiminy Christmas, now I'm making the errors. It's reading these papers from 1999. That's what's getting me. Robert James, we are reviewing multilingualism because I had to interview I had to interview 5 people who are multilingual. That's interesting, Jen. So I had to interview these people about their bilingual ability, about their bilingualism using a specific questionnaire. And now I have to go and write like a 5-page report on it. And one of the questions relates specifically to which approach to bilingualism the questionnaire that I was administering takes. So we are reviewing the approaches to bilingualism. It was Greek to me last week, Robert. So come on, catch up. Yeah, IMI. Yes. Keep in mind that some of the approaches that they're talking about were developed in the 50s, and then we're talking about approaches developed in the 70s. Trust me, we're going to get to some approaches that are a little bit better, but we've got to go through the icky ones first. A text, a text. Well, Robert, I'm being extra creative today. I'm actually using two devices to do this, and I'm just like a guest on one of the streams. But yeah, I don't know how to add the text screen. Okay, ethno-linguistic vitality. We've gone over how it was developed in the 70s, who developed it, and it was based on the insights of social psychology rather than sociology. Based on the insights of social psychology rather than sociology. You're right here, Jen. The vitality of an ethno-linguistic group is that which, oh, so we read this. The vitality of an ethno-linguistic group is that which makes a group likely to behave as a distinct and active collective entity in intergroup situations. They suggest three kinds of structural variables. They suggest that three kinds of structural variables affect vitality. That's right, Robert. You said your sister was coming for a visit. So first is status, which derives from the prestige of the speakers of a language. In general, the more status a linguistic group has, the more vitality it will possess. And status can be economic status, social status, socio-historical status, and language status. Demography is the basic numerical shape of the group, including its birth and immigration rate. The more favorable the group's numbers and geographical distribution, the more vital it is likely to be. Distribution, national territory, concentration, proportion, numbers, absolute birth rate, mixed marriages, immigration, emigration. Institutional support is the extent to which a group's language is used and supported by social institutions. The more institutional support a language enjoys, the more vitality it will have. The demographic aspect of this is similar to the sociological approach, but the difference comes with a focus on the subjective element in bilingualism. Giles and collaborators suggested making a distinction between objective and subjective ethno-linguistic vitality. Objective vitality involves the factors laid out above, such as number of speakers. Subjective vitality covers group members' perceptions of the standing of their group and its languages, which may not necessarily directly reflect the objective reality. Different interested groups may perceive the same conditions differently. Highlighting, guys, highlighting. Xenu Marlene, it's 420, y'all. Don't forget to Xenu Marlene. Like the sociologists of language, social psychologists use questionnaires to research group members' attitudes. For example, in Allard and Landry's study of Moncton, a French-English bilingual city in Brunswick, Canada. These researchers argue that a group can possess 4 different kinds of capital: demographic, political, economic, and cultural. A study of the vitality of the Welsh language in a diaspora community in Patagonia used focus groups as a method rather than a preset questionnaire. That's interesting. Used focus groups as a method rather than a preset questionnaire. Their Welsh serves as a heritage language for display to tourists and appears superficially robust, but is rather weak in actual everyday community usage. The value of Welsh as linguistic capital in this local economy is hard to explain through normal vitality measures. I wish I understood you when you say things like that. I know it's something important. Much of the current research on vitality continues to build on the concept of ethno-linguistic vitality, although it may modify the methods and conclusions. Yagmer and Ahala's overview acknowledges that while there has been an increasing number of studies using ethno-linguistic vitality, there has been little development in the theory since it was first put forward. Wow, you guys, it was so beautiful this morning. I didn't believe it when they said it was going to rain this afternoon, but apparently it's going to rain this afternoon. Okay, now we get on to critical and constructivist approaches, which are going to be slightly better. With the development of critical and constructivist thinking on society and on language, the 21st century has seen challenges to the traditional sociological and social psychological approaches to bilingualism research. These challenges question the ways we do such research, about how we think of bilingualism in both the individual and society, and even how we talk about languages as distinct from each other. The term bilingualism itself becomes problematic. Multilingualism is less of a problem, but monolingualism more so. Increasingly, oh, the above government, yes. Yes, I. Increasingly, the critical constructivist approach is redefining the way in which multilingualism is thought about, how it is researched, what questions are asked, and what findings are significant. The German sociolinguist Peter Auer has specialized in researching code switching, those occasions where bilingual speakers mix their languages together. See Chapter 5. He argues that research into code switching, demands that we begin not with identifying the two languages, but with the overall linguistic practices of the speakers. What language they are speaking may not be the important question, may not even be answerable. Italian guest workers in Germany often blend their two languages together in ways that make it unclear which language a particular item belongs to. It may be either or both. Hey, Mandy, we did talk about code switching last class, Jen. How you doing, Mandy? You might pass this class? That's good, Jen, because I'm going to need all the help I can get. And speakers can intentionally manipulate this ambiguity for their own communicative ends. This is a very basic challenge to how we think about and research bilingualism when the nature of the object to be researched is put in doubt. This is a very basic challenge to how we think about and research bilingualism when the nature of the object to be researched is put in doubt. I think that's an important sentence. What do you guys think? Is that an important sentence? Language is a social practice, a range of resources on which speakers can draw, rather than a set of linguistic codes, according to Monica Heller, a Canadian francophone and bilingual. Such an approach follows closely from developments in social anthropology, and it typically uses qualitative research methods such as ethnography, analyzing the specifics of particular bilingual interactions and discourses, rather than conducting questionnaire surveys. Haller argues against regarding languages as entities that can serve as the objects of research. Actual multilingual usage shows how permeable the edges of languages may be. You're defining the human by perceived context. Exactly. Actual multilingual usage shows how permeable the edges of languages may be. So the interesting thing about this interview that I had to do, guys, I did it mostly 3 of my 5 interviewees were people who were born in America and acquired a language and now utilize it in everyday speech. The other 2 interviews were conducted on people who learned a language other than English as their first language and came to America with differing levels of English education growing up and now speak English. So the whole range of questions, answers to questions, I mean, the questions asked really missed some bilingualism because it talked about what language do you speak in this country. I'm not sure how I'm going to figure out how to write this paper up. I'm going to be frustrated. Joffe's study of the minority language movement in the French island of Corsica is an example of this kind of work, which addresses the extent to which bilingualism is practiced or imagined as two separate monolingualisms linked to two separate identities, versus as a potentially uneven mixture of codes, practices, and competencies distributed across different individuals and different moments and domains of social action. I still can't believe 7 of y'all want to listen to me study, but I will take it. My goodness, it is getting cold and rainy out. Let me see what the weather forecast says. You're already on topic here. Yeah, you are. Yep, it's getting cooler. Okay, that doesn't tell me much. Joffe's study of the minority language movement in the French island of Corsica is an example of this kind of work. Yeah, I think that's true. I also think that if we were set up like Europe, where every state spoke a different language, we would be more multilingual here. Lectual. Jen, will you email me her link? She sounds interesting. Extent to which bilingualism is practiced or imagined as two separate monolingualisms linked to two separate identities, versus as a potentially uneven mixture of codes, practices, and competencies distributed across different individuals in different moments and domains of social action. Minority languages such as Corsican and their assorted bilingualisms are emerging as marketable commodities in a globalizing economy and as valuable assets under political shifts such as European regionalization. Interesting. Minority languages such as Corsican and their associated bilingualisms. Yes, I know you did. I got them. I did get them. Thank you, Jen. Sorry, I should have replied and told you I did. I'm still getting used um to having a separate email address that I have to go check. So I apologize. Tourism is just one sector where local languages can become emblems of their particular region in a global world. Labeling a souvenir from Lapland in an indigenous Sami language validates its claim to local authenticity, while English may be used alongside it as a means of wider communication. We're going to have to go in pretty quick here. Can you guys see all this wind that's coming up? The critical constructive approach is closely interwoven with an attention to the ideologies of language. Ideologies are central to how languages are positioned relative to each other and society. In society, these approaches offer the chance to reconsider many things that have been taken for granted in earlier approaches to multilingualism. They recognize that we can no longer sideline the amount of untidy flux and multiplicity that insists on our attention in real multilingual situations. Martin joins Blackledge and Crease's reader provides a state-of-the-art overview of the burgeoning research following this approach to multilingualism. Thanks, Jen. I really appreciate it. Exactly. You're right, IMI. It's exactly what they do. They likely limit one's speech so that when you crazy non-SP squirrels talk as if you know, it flies right over the one's head. Uh-huh. Okay. Now we're skipping over to language, birth, and death. And I am on the sections about where do pigeons and creoles come from. The central issue in contact linguistics concern you're very on topic, Jen. State and Commonwealth instead of Sciento code switch. Yeah, I'm really trying to figure out, I've got to do this data paper on sociolinguistics. And the data that she'll provide for me is data on greetings. And I can just do the paper like that, but I can also pick something to do an analysis on sociolinguistically, but it has to have accompanying, I have to have data that I can use to interpret it. And I can't think of anything for Scientology that I could do that has data on it. It just, I can't think of anything, guys. Can you think of anything? I suck at coming up with research ideas. It is literally my worst trait. That's not true. It's one of the hardest things for me. I'm not creative that way. It doesn't occur to me. My brain doesn't wrap around the thing. The central issues in contact linguistics concern where the different components of the new languages come from and how and what shared principles may be detected. Yeah, I'm not sure. I have to go talk to my professor, Jen. I'm sure I could do interviews. I could even do interviews with Liz and Nora because they're local. Assuming that they'd say yes, and I can't imagine they wouldn't. Yeah, but I want to tie it into Scientology, IMI. I want to do a paper on the sociolinguistics of Scientology. Exactly, Jen. Exactly. Orion, hush. Come on. Good boy. Hi, you gonna come see everybody? They want to see you. Yes, they do. They like it when you come visit. Where are we gonna put the book in the meantime, Mo? Here. Here you are. Yeah, show them, say hi. I could go to the homeless camp and bring snacks and ask how they talk to each other in the homeless camp. Gonna need Scientology people who've actually been there on the inside to actually talk to. Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Chris. I'll talk to my professor because you're right. There's the dictionary. Um, the other thing I've thought that might be an interesting thing to do a sociology of language on is just YouTube chats and how YouTube chats work and engage with the participants and the creator. Okay, let's keep reading. I didn't mean you. I meant let's keep reading. I said okay, and he got off my lap like we were going in. Come on, come here. Come here. Yes, exactly, Jen. Okay, we gotta finish this chapter. 98. Are you serious, Jen? That must have been peachy. Peachy. Yeah. African American English is its own valid, grammatically consistent dialect. AAV is a thing. It counts. I think that part of the problem in America is we're speaking two different at least specifically two different versions of English in a wild generalization. We are speaking two different dialects of English, and the words mean different things to both sides. And I think that is, language is a significant portion of the problem. But that's just my uneducated opinion. At least, Chief, exactly. Okay, I'll leave out the V. That's fine. I won't argue that there aren't, I mean, there's a Southern dialect, there's a Midwestern dialect, there's a California dialect, there's New York dialect. There are multiple hundreds of different sorts of dialects across the US. But politically, I think we're speaking at least two different. Yes, Jen, it is easier than Ebonics. Where do pigeons and creoles come from? By the way, hey, Big Chief, how are you? It's good to see you. You like my fancy dandy setup that I got for today? Where do pigeons and creoles come from? The central issue in contact linguistics concern where the different components of the new languages have come from and how and what shared principles may be detected behind these processes. Why do widely scattered pigeons and creoles have so much in common linguistically? There is most agreement over the lexicon. Usually the situations in which pigeons arise involve social inequalities, so the less powerful tend to defer to the more powerful and adopt their vocabulary. Most pigeons and creoles take their vocabulary largely from a single superstrate language, the lexifier. Where's the cat? The cat's inside, IMI. The lexifier. This is why speakers of the colonizing language, such as English, often have some comprehensive of a derived Creole, although the meanings of the words may be different in the new language, and regard it as a debased form of their own superstrate language. Often there are also substantial lexical inputs from one other language and some from elsewhere. Because European colonists dominated in the situations where most known pigeons and creoles arose, most of their lexicons are based on English, French, Portuguese, Dutch, and Spanish in roughly descending order of frequency. Some, however, derive from other languages such as Bazaar Malay in Southeast Asia. I can read, y'all. Bazaar Malay in Southeast Asia and Hiri Motu in Papua New Guinea. While the source of the lexicon is usually quite clear, where the grammars of pigeons and creoles come from is highly contested. Usually, one language can be named as the main lexifier, but there may be many candidates for grammatical input because of the diverse input languages of the speakers. Alongside these influences, there are also operating in a largely unpredictable mix broad principles of universal grammar and processes of second language acquisition. Gotta highlight for a minute. Y'all, it is getting downright chilly out here. I'm glad I had a hoodie on when I came out. I didn't think I would need it when it was nice and sunny earlier today, but I'm glad I brought it. For pigeons, the phonology generally draws on the input languages For pigeons, the phonology generally draws on the input languages but tends to be simpler. The vocabulary is much smaller, a few hundred words at most, and morphology, such as inflections, is minimal or absent. In syntax, word order is the main means to structuring, and there is little subordination. By contrast, Creoles have a lexicon able to serve the communicative purpose of a community. The Creole's phonology tends to mix super and substrate influences, and the syntax provides the full range of structures such as relativization and other forms of subordination. There are, however, counterexamples to all of these generalizations. A pidgin does not even have to acquire native speakers to complexify to full language status. In Papua New Guinea, Tok Pisin expanded its structure and functions before it had any native speakers and became one of a number of extended pidgins that looked little different linguistically from Creoles. It may be that the crucial factor for creolization of a pidgin is the spread of its usage across a wide range of functions, which usually, but not necessarily, co-occurs with its acquiring native speakers. Comparing theories. Creolists' attempts to come to terms with the enormously complex data of their subject have thrown up a wide range of explanations and theories, some contradictory, others shading into each other, all of them warmly contested. The difference between theories are largely focused on the relative importance that different scholars give to the superstrate, the substrate, or linguistic universals, to the sociolinguistic processes they believe were involved, and to the relative importance of the social, historical, and economic contexts. My listing here represents much of the range of opinion, but is by no means comprehensive and does not attempt to map theories in relation to each other. No, I didn't leave it on. It is a new cool tool. Pup Groomer told me about it, and it seems to be mostly working. It seems. We'll see. Okay, we have got 6 theories about where pigeons and creoles come from. Okay. Jensel, I agree with all of that, but tell me which is a different access. Because it's different official language. Oh, the English is official language conversation in Colorado. Well, how do we find English? Yeah, it's really hard to define English. Which English? There's lots of Englishes. So, I mean, that's, you had to do a welfare check on the doggy. He's there. See, he's right there. There he is, right there. The monogenesis theory sees all Creoles as derived from a Portuguese-based West African pidgin and perhaps ultimately from the medieval Mediterranean lingua franca. In its strong form, this may deal neatly with similarities, but does not cater for the diversity that is obvious across contact languages. However, there are modified versions using relexification, the process by which the vocabulary of an existing language is replaced by vocabulary from another language while keeping the grammar of the first language. Which department and motor vehicle and Commonwealth and grade and exactly, Big Chief. Exactly. There have been court cases of speak English only rules at work where people were told they were uh what's the word I want? Disciplined for not using English, but they were using English. It was just a different variety of English that sounded foreign to the American English speakers, right? So even speak English isn't the solution that people think it is. There are native speakers of Indian English. There you go, Jen. The monogenesis theory sees all Creoles. Chicanyol? What's Chicanyol? Yeah, when is it code switching and when is it Spanglish? That's a new language. The language bioprogram hypotheses is a universalist approach put forward by the controversial Creolist Derek Bickerton in 1981 and based largely on Hawaiian Creole English. Bickerton claimed that children construct the grammar of a Creole from the unstable pre-pidgin used by adults around them. They do this on the basis of universal principles in the manner of first rather than second language acquisition. This is an abrupt process taking only a single generation. Although most Creolists reject the hypothesis, it has had an enormous impact on debate in the field, largely because many scholars, in the process of lengthy refutations, continue to define their own positions over against it. Nevertheless, most scholars recognize that linguistic universals, such as the more ready adoption of unmarked forms, play a part in the creolization. More gentrified Spanglish, huh? So you've even got what about the politics and the so we were reading earlier about bilingualism and the approaches to bilingualism, and they were talking about ethnolinguistic vitality as one of the approaches to bilingualism, and the markers of vitality are status, demography, and institutional support. Why would this not be interesting? I'm really glad you guys find it interesting. I'm just shocked and surprised that there are even 8 of you out in the universe. I shouldn't be. It makes sense that there would be 8 people out in the universe interested in this conversation. It's just not my normal experience. This YouTube thing is still new to me, y'all, and it's very cool. Okay, so number 3, the relexification hypothesis emphasizes the substrate role. It holds that creoles arise through combining the vocabulary of a superstrate language with the grammar of a substrate through relexification. So in the case studied by Lefebvre, 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 Haitian Creole arose through grafting French vocabulary onto the grammar of the West African language, Fon or Fongbi. Few scholars accept the strong version of this theory can account for many Creoles. Socioeconomic markers are obvious in the difference in willingness to correct language code into mainstream American English. Interesting, Big Chief. Why are you gonna cry, Jen? Susan, you're so sweet. Thank you. I'm glad you find it interesting. I'll quit thinking that people don't find it interesting, y'all. While the approaches in 1 to 3 imply a rapid or abrupt creolization process, others take a gradualist line, stressing the continuity of transmission within a colony. Scholars such as Singler argue from demographic evidence that Creoles in the Caribbean developed over time closer to a century rather than a single generation. At a particular point, there was a socioeconomic watershed when a shift from small holdings to big sugar plantations required large numbers of slaves to work them, and their presence may have then triggered rapid creolization. Interesting, but their example doesn't fit the evidence. If it took it a century to develop because more people didn't show up at the beginning and then there were a bunch of people at the end and it stratified, it creolized within a generation. Still, other Creoles prioritize the superstrate in a gradual process, focus on French lexifier Creoles in the Indian Ocean. Chaudinson believed the first slave arrivals learned dialects of French from their masters, albeit imperfectly. Each subsequent new wave of slaves learned in succession the current form of the language and in turn contributed to the shape of the next, increasingly divergent version. Eventually, the outcome was different enough from French to be considered a separate Creole language. Mufwene has generalized this process to his founder principle, 2001, which holds that the first generation of settlers had a disproportionate importance in setting the linguistic agenda for latter comers. Finally, some scholars stress that pidginization and creolization can to a large degree be regarded as processes of mass serial second language acquisition. Sorry, my foot's falling asleep, you guys. These are the same processes that operate in second language acquisition, where learners produce an interlanguage that shows imperfect learning of a target language influenced by their own native language. Again, the same happens when new immigrant groups learn the language of their host nation imperfectly and so create distinctive varieties of that language. See chapter 7.4 on ethnic varieties. 7.4 on ethnic varieties. Ooh, and then we're gonna after ethnic varieties of English, we get gender in language. Yeah, that makes a difference too, IMI. That makes a difference too. I agree with you, IMI. Gender is a major influence in language choice. In the languages of Western societies, differences between women's and men's speech are mostly matters of degree, but there are communities where wives and husbands do not even speak the same language to each other. This is an extreme case, but many languages have alternative forms or features used only by women or by men. The lexicon holds the most obvious differences, with taboo words forbidden or at least disfavored for women. In some societies, the names of male in-laws are taboo to women, and so are many words that sound like those names. But there do not appear to be any societies with parallel restrictions on men. The grammar of some languages may encode male-female speaking differences. In Yanyuwa, from the Northern Territory of Australia, women and men speak different dialects. They use the same vocabulary but apply different sets of grammatical affixes to the base words. Yanyuwa boys face a challenge growing up. They are raised by the women, so they learn the female dialect and therefore have to shift to the men's dialect at puberty. One man narrated, "When I spoke like a woman, my father said to me, 'Where are your breasts and women's parts?' I was really shamed. I was very careful for a while after that to speak the men's words." Okay, back to the Creole continuum. Oh, wait, about the approaches to creolization. There is among all these approaches none that is clearly preferred or dominant. Given the complexity of the linguistics involved and reliance on often fragmentary evidence, there is unlikely to be a consensus on the origins of pidgins and creoles soon. Okay, guys, we're halfway there. Let's see if I can speed it up. Not quite halfway there. Most Creoles continue to coexist with their lexifier languages, and over time, this has consequences for the shape of the Creole. The lexifier language, say French, will usually have maintained its superstrate standing in comparison to the Creole. It will be a standardized language with social prestige and perhaps international status. The lexifier, rather than the Creole, will often be the target language of schooling. This puts social pressure on speakers to shift towards the standard language in some situations. So in countries like Jamaica and Guyana, the Creole finds itself sharing the sociolinguistic space with Standard English, and in Haiti, with Standard French. This may lead to decreolization, the process by which the Creole language converges with the lexifier language. What transpires is not a clean switch between Creole and Standard, but a continuum. At one end is the most deeply Creole speech called the basilect. At the other end of the continuum is the most standard speech, the acrolect. Between is gradient forms with many successful levels, the mesolect. The English language would be better to consider itself a language of many dialects, like Arabic does. But Arabic is a language with dialects that agrees on a standard form. In English, we don't have any standard form that we agree on. And so there's all just dialects. Okay, so let's talk about from acrolect to basilect. Ya Habibi Bismillah, indeed. The following example is adapted from Alien and shows the range in the Jamaican Creole continuum with several linguistic changes that are occurring at most of its levels. Many of these changes are typical of Creole grammars. Acrolect level 1. He is eating his dinner. Acrolect level 2. M is eaten, dinner. No, mesolect number 2. M is eating, dinner. Mesolect number 3. M eaten, dinner. Number 4. I'ma eat, Imma eat, dinner. Imma eat, dinner. Number 5. Imma niam, dinner. Number 6. It niam, dinner. Specify the linguistic. No, that's an exercise. I'm not going to do that. But that's interesting about the acrolect to basilect with mesolects in between. No et. No et. Me love you long time too, I. You would think there'd be an et in this one, Jen, but apparently not. As Peter Patrick writes, between the basilect and the acrolect lies this apparently seamless web of minimally differentiated varieties. Like everything in Creole studies, the continuum is contested. Many scholars point out that it may take different shapes in response to different influences. One theory of the origins of African American English is the Creolist hypothesis that it is a decreolized version of an earlier Creole language. That's interesting. Which one did you think was interesting, Big Chief? I was thinking of you while I was reading that. As Peter Patrick writes, between the basilect and the acrolect lies this apparently seamless web of minimally differentiated varieties. Like everything in Creole studies, the continuum is contested. Many scholars point out that it may take different shapes in response to different influences. One theory of the origins of African American vernacular English is the Creolist hypothesis that it is a decreolized version of an earlier Creole language. Yes, like the Geechee and the Gullahs, exactly, Big Chief. Not all Creoles encompass an arcolect to basilect continuum. Siegel finds that the Melanesian pidgins do not decreolize, despite being in ideal conditions to do so. They remain distinct from English. This is because a language like Tok Pisin is regarded by its speakers as separate from English and is itself a national language of Papua New Guinea and used in a wide range of public functions. Attitudes to Creoles are often very ambivalent. Overt community opinion often downgrades basilectical Creole as a broken form of language compared to the acrolect, but more covert attitudes tend to value it as an emblem of local identity. Paolo, hi! Daughters of the Dust. What's Daughters of the Dust, Jen? I'm game for that. Sun needs back in my algorithm? Yeah, do you see how nasty it's getting out here, Jen? Language, danger, and death. In chapter 2, I touched on the occurrence of subtractive bilingualism, where speakers such as indigenous children acquire a new dominant language at the cost of losing their former language. When there is no successful stay or reversal of such language shift, the end point will be the total loss of the language if this is its only community of speakers. To reach this stage of threatened language loss, there has to be a breakup in the intergenerational transmission of the language. More children grow up no longer learning their parents' language. Yeah, Jen, let me write it down. Daughters of the Dust. That sounds interesting. The dog is barking at the door because he wants to go in. Come here, pup. We'll see if my little gadget fixes it. Here he comes. Good boy, come. Oh, that would be great, Jen. Zoom can share a window, and I've got a Zoom subscription. Orion, I've got a Zoom subscription if you don't. In chapter 2, I touched on the occurrence of subtractive bilingualism, blah, 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 blah. Recall Fishman's stress, chapter 3 or earlier, on the importance of such transmission and how its breakdown contributed to the diminution of Maori. The factors that break transmission are the continuing pressure of those factors which I listed in chapter 3.3 as promoting the earlier phases of language shift. Creoles tend to be not readily accepted by their parent ethnicities, so they cling to their common code. I think that would be correct, Big Chief. Not white enough and not black enough, right. Factors which I listed in chapter 3.3 is promoting the earlier phases of language shift. Low status and the pressure of economic disadvantage. Come here. Low status and the pressure of economic disadvantage are regarded by Hale as the most compelling trigger for language death. Low status and the pressure of economic disadvantage are regarded by Hale as the most compelling trigger for language death. Unfavorable demographics, which have often included displacement or decimation of a colonized indigenous population. I would say worse than decimation, since this is an academic book. I would say it was killing more than 1 in 10. I would say it was more like killing 9 out of 10. But that's just a small criticism when we have indigenous peoples who are going to be reading this damn textbook. Oh my goodness, y'all. Oh my goodness. And now, this is when we take a break for a minute, y'all, because it is getting downright cold out here. Is there cake? The book is racist. Yeah, probably. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to move the yard stream and go out of there for a minute. And we're going to make me there we go.
Sorry, guys. Okay.
Something's gonna happen. You always hope for cake. What kind of cake do you like, Jen? Chocolate?
We tend to be a pie eating house. Not many people here prefer cake. stereo? Okay. Now it should quit being stereo. Is it better? Hey, Mama. How are you? Good, it's better. Now I need to load up my pockets so we can all go back inside. And I am going to turn you guys off for a minute. I will be right back. Wait for me. You're not going inside? You eat pie too? What kind of pie do you like, Big Chief? Okay, guys. Getting resituated in this smaller space. You're an equal opportunity kind of a guy. Pie is pie, eh? Some people have pie they like better than others, or kinds they won't eat. Strawberry rhubarb. Mama, strawberry rhubarb is excellent. It is excellent. We finally bought a house 18 months ago, and I am really looking forward. Haven't done it yet. Probably need to get it done. Really looking forward to planting some rhubarb because we haven't owned a house for quite some time. So, you were too young when Grandma tried to share that with you? Yeah, it's a bit of an acquired taste. It's a bit of an acquired taste. I hope it's me who's very inclusive, Jen. Or was it somebody else that I missed who you were talking to? Check out this cool map, y'all. Map of pigeons. and Creoles all across the world. Really cool. And this is a reading book. Jen, you're going to like this one. That's next week. That's coming up. Damn it, I'm out of staples. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I don't have any paper clips. That is the worst. Oh, Jen, you're the best. You're totally the best. Let's see, does this light make things better, y'all? I think it does not, but what do you think? Is the light better or worse? The light makes the reading easier, that's for sure. But if the light's worse, let me know. And I will, let's see, let's look at this thing I spent my last staple on. Okay, here's my teacher, the 6-page study guide on this chapter that I'm not done with yet. 93 and 95, 95, 96, 97. Okay, we are getting there. Slow. Language endangerment. Guys, we're getting a visit from Soda. This is going to impact the studying. There he is. There he is, you guys. Look at his Soda cat. Now he's going to want to give you a soda butt. Hi. Yeah. You want scritches? Is that what it is? Is this your demanding? Yeah, you're going to drool all over me. Mm-hmm. I know, my nose needs groomed. Clearly. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Someone got the lion for summer. Jen, his hair is so fine that if I don't shave him, he turns into one complete and utter mat. Yes, I know, my nose always needs groomed somehow. I don't know what it is about my nose, but it is a Samoan cat, right, Big Chief? He is bigger than the dogs. The dog. My son has 2 dogs. Really, Jen? You got the cat lion cut and he didn't speak to you for 3 days? Wow. My husband's not thrilled about it for some reason, but I just keep explaining that he'll turn, unless unless I groom him every day, which I suppose I could focus on doing better, but he gets so matted up that he's just one big huge mat, and it's not good. It's not good at all. Why don't you show them your pretty face? Oh yeah, show them your pretty face. So our cat's names, you haven't seen the other one. Our cat's names are, I'm sorry about the strong light, you guys. Let me turn it off for a minute. There you go. Our cat's names are Scotch and Soda. And Scotch is a brown tabby. And this is Soda. So that's how we got the names. We had to think of pairings that would work. So Scotch and Soda it was. Nice time for a study break. The groomer had a really thick accent, and you didn't know what a lion cut was. Oh my goodness. Hi. Yeah. Just don't bite me, okay? Okay. No biting. Okay, that's enough. Okay. That's nice grooming. I appreciate that. Now you want me to groom you. Okay, people want to be back on topic. And you're not topic except for the lion cut. Yeah, you're not on topic except for the lion cut. Mm-hmm. Can you quit biting my nose? You're not going to quit, are you? Okay, you got to go. Go on. Go on. Thank you. Okay, Jen, that'll be cool. I will read that. Okay, back to the light. Counting language is in danger. Oh, wait. That brake transmission and the continuing pressure of those factors which you listed in chapter 3.3 is promoting the earlier phase of language shift. Low status and the pressure of economic disadvantages is regarded as hail as the most compelling trigger for language death. Unfavorable demographics, which have also often included displacement or decimation. There we go. I read that. Of a colonized indigenous population. More than decimation, you guys. Institutional neglect or opposition, especially in education. The monolinguist attitudes and practices, which we noted in Chapter 2, have bred distrust of bilingualism and contempt for subordinate languages. The result has been that minority languages have been, in Nancy Dorian's memorable phrase, despised to death, dispiriting their speakers into abandoning them. Pictish, Etruscan, and Gothic were early European casualties. Celtic languages more recent, with the last speaker of Cornish dying in 1777 and Manx in 1974. The Celtic languages which remain, Irish, Gaelic, Breton, and Welsh, are in varying degrees of danger. Although Latin is often referred to as a dead language, under this definition, it is not so. It developed into Italian and the other Romance languages. Counting languages in danger. Language endangerment is an issue which linguists have become particularly aware of over the past 2 decades. Individual linguists have long known of the endangerment of particular languages or even of whole sets of languages in a particular area. But the scale of endangerment and its significance for those whose profession is the study of languages was highlighted by the publication in 1992 of a suite of articles by Ken Hale and others in Language, the leading international linguistics journal. For the first time, this set down informed, although avowedly approximate, estimations of the state of languages around the world calculated by Michael Krauss of the Alaska Native Language Center. He drew heavily on the then current edition of the Compendium of the World's Languages, Ethnologue. Krauss grouped the world's languages into 3 categories. Safe languages are those which have high numbers of speakers and or official support. Endangered languages are those which children look likely to cease learning during the 21st century. Moribund languages are those already in an advanced state of decline. Settling 100,000 speakers as a lower limit. Krauss's estimate is that perhaps 600 out of the approximately 6,000 languages in the world may be deemed safe. His conclusion, 1992, therefore I consider it a plausible calculation at the rate things are going. The coming century will see either the death or the doom of 90% of mankind's languages. These figures have continued to be the most commonly cited, and Krauss reaffirmed them in 2007. Regardless of the specifics and roughness of such calculations, clearly widespread language death is an imminent reality, and all commentators agree. It is proceeding at a much faster pace than previously. For the area where figures are most reliable, North America, Krauss estimates that 149 out of 187 indigenous languages are not being learned by children. Thus, 80% are moribund. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to plug my heater in. Thus, 80% are moribund. Some 90% of the 250 Australian Aboriginal languages are also moribund. Hey, Sunrise Dawn, how are you? How are Tommy and Reese? It is worth noting that under Krauss's definition, Maori would be presumed a safe language because it is official, although Chapter 3.5 showed its situation to be anything but secure. Discourses of language death. We are understandably shocked by such statistics of dying languages, but it is worth reflecting on what exactly is lost when a language is lost. Linguists such as Hale identify, that's right, you had your daughter's birthday party, I remember, Sunrise. Linguists such as Hale identify several related losses which are listed in exercise 4.5. The common thread is that the different languages contain dimensions that are unique to them, and that their loss is therefore irretrievable. Exercise 4.5. What is lost with a language? Yeah, I've heard about that. I haven't watched it very much. I've just been missing their times all the time, but I'm really glad they're doing well. I'm so pleased they're both so happy on the new channel. Linguist advocates for endangered languages have suggested these as the kinds of repercussions entailed by the loss of a language. I am doing pretty good. It was beautiful earlier today. We were sitting outside up until what, guys, 10 minutes ago? We are not quite halfway through the chapter still. I will keep at it. You guys are hanging out and keep telling me that I'm nuts for not thinking this shit is interesting. So if you say so, I mean, I think it's interesting. So I've got electrons now, which I didn't have earlier. Oh, that's right, Sunrise Dawn. I forgot that was coming up. I'm really glad she and Tommy had a stream today. That must have made it much nicer. I know that she shared deeply about him yesterday as well on her stream. So I'm really, 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 really glad that she's got Tommy to help her through it. My dad's been gone for more than 10 years now, and I still I'm getting worked up just talking about it. I still get really wrecked during the weekend that he died. I just get seriously wrecked, and it's really hard because he used to come and visit every weekend for my birthday, and the weekend he died was my birthday weekend. So it's like an extra missing him not being there. So that's me and my dad. I can't imagine how much harder it is for Reese with the love of her life. I mean, everybody loses their dad, right? Thanks, Fluffer. Okay, sorry, guys. She said this is the first time that the days have lined up exactly. He passed on Saturday the 20th, and this is the first time that it's fallen on a Saturday. I understand that too. The first time that the dates, my dad died on Thanksgiving, on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. So it's taken this many years for all the weekends to go in alignment properly. And this year it was that. It was that. So everybody's daddy dies. Yeah, Sunrise. Yeah. It's like an extra kick in the gut, indeed. He had tickets to fly out and visit me that weekend that he passed. Okay, enough of this. Exercise 4.5. What is lost with a language? One of these days, I'll read you guys the poem that, or the story that another friend of ours wrote about my dad. I'm so sorry, Sunrise Dawn. Thanks, Jen. It's easy to forget to do. Lost with a language. What is lost with a language? Linguist advocates for endangered languages have suggested these as kinds of repercussions entailed by the loss of a language. The loss of culture. Each language serves as a uniquely suited carrier of the culture from which it arises. In cases such as poetry or story, cultural products only exist through language. Loss of worldview and thought patterns. Each language embodies a unique way of looking at the world. Loss of identity. Language instantiates a unique collection to a group's heritage and sense of itself. Loss of linguistic diversity. There is a great variety of linguistic structure present in languages that are endangered, some of it not occurring in other languages. Yeah, Mama. Doesn't get easier, does it? So what should or can linguists do about it? Some, like Hale, have committed to advocacy. Others, such as Dorian, language is always the topic. Some, like Hale, have committed to advocacy. Others, such as Dorian, have given long-term support to struggling languages. Like ecologists who study an endangered species, the commitment to help preserve a language you're deeply interested in as a scholar is natural. It may also be or become part of the obligation that is placed on a researcher by the community whose language it is, as England in 1992 argues. Hey, Leslie, how are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Your grandma had balls, you called her grandpa? Very cool, Big Chief. In the concrete circumstances of language endangerment, it may become impossible in principle or in practice for a linguist to stand aside from the situations of the communities they are involved with. Such decisions may lead to heart searching. Rob Penselfini researched a moribund language in the Northern Territory of Australia. He begins a reflection on whose linguist am I, like this. I am vexed by the question of who benefits from linguistic work on moribund languages. 2004. Hey, Red. Welcome. How you doing? So we are talking about, for all of you who just showed up, we are talking about language death mostly right now. Maybe we're going to get into, no, we're going to be talking about language death for the rest of the chapter. And I know we're going long, y'all. We'll read this chapter. I'm so glad, Leslie. Thank you. You love it. That's nice to hear. I know I've got a very strange variety of things going on here. Did you guys see Rika downtown protesting in Portland today? Do you know what? She was down there for over an hour, and not only did they not pull their shades, they pulled the shades were down when she got there, and they pulled them up and were putting posters on them on the inside. Some of the posters said, respect other religions. They were putting up the ways to happiness. They were putting up the 10 tenets of the ways to happiness on all their windows. Yes, Jen, exactly. They were actively, offensively washing off her chalk art when she walked around the corner to another end of the building. it was really weird. It was really weird and really different. Yeah, it was from this morning. She had a great interview conversation with this guy who's a community member who was talking to her about Scientology at the end. I mean, it's just interesting. It's not anything earth shattering. He's not a Scientologist or anything. He's just a community member. I hope she sent it to Natalie too. Rika's pretty good at getting her clips and sending them off. They didn't pull the shades. Very weird, very strange, very unlike them. I don't know what the deal is. Okay, so I am vexed by the question of who benefits from linguistic work on moribund languages. Recall the issue of conducting research on, for, or with people that was examined in exercise 3.11. Let's look up exercise 3.11. No, not 3.11. You guys, seriously, I read 3.11. It's not 3.11, it's 3.11, which is 3.11, but I'm just a dork. I went to 3.1.1 and it wasn't there. Okay, so the ethics of sociolinguistic research. In the Manukau Pacifica Languages project described in Chapter 2, the research team learned some home truths about the ethics of sociolinguistic work. Feedback from a community meeting made it quite clear that the research required much more active involvement of community members than we had allowed for. We started intensive community consultation, which redirected the design, conduct, personnel, and outcomes of the project. This extended to how the project was named, with the area being referred to as Manukau rather than South Auckland, which had accrued negative overtones. It was an object lesson which others have learned before us in the appropriate involvement of the researched in the research process, and applies also to small-scale projects. In an excellent book, Cameron et al. Distinguished 3 levels of relationship between researchers and the researched. Research on, ethical research, research on and for, advocacy research, research on, for, and with, empowering research. Interesting. Okay, so that was exercise 311. In discussing advocacy for Maori in chapter 3.5, we saw the potentially problematic nature of the treasure metaphor applied to endangered languages. Which part, Jen? The 3.11 sidebar I just did? Yeah, 311 or 311. I speak English really well. So you're just making fun of me? Okay. I can take with that. And, but, or on. Okay, let me look. So, in an excellent book about the ethics of sociolinguistic research, ostensibly, Cameron et al. In 1992, so there's your reference, Jen, distinguished 3 levels of relationship between the researchers and the researched. Number one is research on, which is ethical research. Number two is research on and for, which is advocacy research. And the third is research on, for, and with, which is empowering research. So the questions are: debate what is meant by these three different conceptions of the research relationship and how the differences might work out in practice. I'm not doing that right now. Okay, good, Jen. So here we go. Discussing advocacy for Maori, we saw the potentially problematic of the nature of the treasure metaphor. Probably the most frequent discourse used in this area is to parallel language death to the loss of a biological species, and understandably so. The similarities are hard to resist and draw on a tradition of language ecology stretching back decades to Einar Haugen in 1972. In such situations, the discourses of species endangerment and linguicide seem to come naturally to the lips. See Bell, 1991, for my own use of this discourse in advocating for Maori. Was which better for me, Jen? I'm sorry. If I don't see it right when it happens, I don't connect with what you're asking about. I'm sorry. It's my can't remembership combined with my ADHD. How did we end up in the 90s again? Fuck. At least he was advocating for Maori. I mean, we'll give him that. Nevertheless, although biodiscourse is a serviceable, even powerful strategy for Indigenous groups asserting their entitlements, it can have a downside. Donna Patrick, 2007. It associates readily with images which risk exaggeration, predator languages which commit linguicide. The biological parallel has limits, even though it has been drawn by some of the most prominent advocates. Languages, for example, do not disappear in the same way as biospecies, and in the case of Hebrew, have been famously brought back from the brink. Oh, you reread it, but you couldn't parse it. Let me read it again. I'll read the whole thing. They're saying there's three levels of relationship between researchers and researched. One is research on, one is research on and for, and one is research on, for, and with. Research on, they've got a note next to it that says ethical research. Research on and for is advocacy research. So research on a dying language is ethical research. Research on and for a language is advocacy research. Yeah, Big Chief. The research on, for, and with is empowering research. Does that make sense now, Jen? The other primary discourse is that the health of languages. The other primary discourse is that of the health of languages. Health. which entails a corresponding potential for illness and invites quasi-medical comparisons. Good, I'm glad, Jen. The concept of language health is also the presupposition for the notion of language death itself. Several of the contributors to Dorian's edited volume on language obsolescence, 1989, y'all, problematize the death metaphor and prefer alternatives such as contraction. Heller and Duchenne in 2007 questioned the definability and therefore countability of languages at all. For my own part, the 80s, right? 80s ladies, right? For my own part, I acknowledge the limitations, histories, and ideologies involved in all these discourses and have misgivings about my own use of them. On the other hand, I know that we will always need images for speaking about such things, and I lament the potential loss of languages around the world, particularly for their speakers, and will continue to be an advocate for those that are at risk in my nation. The most important consideration here must be the speakers rather than the language. There you go. In concentrating on the language, discourses of biodiversity or health can sideline the speakers themselves. Speakers are very resourceful in creating new forms to serve their needs, and these may include mixed or, quote, impure linguistic structures, which do not fit cleanly into the bounds of traditional language. If social conditions make speakers or communities shift to another language, we cannot address the language loss without taking account of the social conditions that produce it. Purity doctrine is going to make me sick every time it comes up. I loathe purity doctrine. I loathe purity doctrine. In an important overview of the linguistics and sociolinguistics of language death, Campbell and Munsell distinguish four types. Four types of processes of language death. Sudden language death. Languages usually die as the result of language shift when speakers abandon their language in favor of another. But there have been cases of languages being lost because all their speakers perished in a short space of time. This could be through natural disaster. All speakers of Tamboran, in what is now Indonesia, died in a volcanic eruption in 1815, and their language went with them. Humanly perpetrated disaster has been known to achieve the same effect nearly as abruptly through massacre or epidemic, or both. In 1857, the entire Yemen tribe in Queensland, Australia, were massacred by white settlers. Nothing is known of their language. The Yahi people and their language in Northern California were annihilated in the wake of the gold rushes there. Yeah. It's not a fun class sometimes. 2. The quirkily labeled radical language death. This is a little less sudden than the previous category. The language's speakers survive a traumatic event, but then relinquish their language. In El Salvador in 1932, the massacre of an Indian population led to the survivors' abandonment of their own language in order to avoid being identified. Can we have another angry face, Jen? Gradual language death. The previous two are unusual cases. Most language death takes a slower path, although it often involves less radical instances. Most language death takes a slower path, although was that United Fruit, Big Chief? That massacre in El Salvador? Gradual language death. The previous two are unusual cases. Most language death takes a slower path, although it often involves less radical instances of the same factors, e.g., reduction of an indigenous population by disease. It occurs over several, perhaps many generations, and is characterized by differential competence in the language according to age. Typically, it will involve a reduction in contexts of use from public to private. These processes are clearly similar to those involved in ordinary language shift. Yes, we are dying on many time scales here. Of course they did, Big Chief. Of course they did. Bottom to top language death is the opposite of the foregoing. Here, the language is lost from informal contexts, but persists as a ritual language, rather on the pattern of Church Latin or the much more ancient Vedic Sanskrit. Okay, so sudden, radical, and gradual. I'm not sure there's much difference between sudden and radical. European imperial languages are not the only culprits contributing to the death of other languages. Small local languages are often threatened by regional or national lingua francas, such as Wolof in Senegal or Hausa in northern Nigeria, which is said to be more of a threat to local languages than is English. Kore, a language once spoken in coastal Kenya, is a case of Campbell and Munsell's radical language death. It was replaced in a single generation by Somali and the regional lingua franca, Swahili, whose promotion is impacting today on many smaller East African languages. Interesting. I'm going to have to. My best friend is Somali, and so she may know about the situation of coastal Kenya being replaced by Somali. I wonder how much that has to do with Kenya and Somalia's border, or fleeing immigrants from Somalia settling in coastal Kenya. Full literal red flag in the margin. Which one, Jen? European imperial languages are not the only culprits contributing to the death of other languages. Small local languages are often threatened by regional or national lingua francas, such as Wolof in Senegal, Hausa in northern Nigeria, which is said to be more of a threat to local languages than is English. Swahili is pervasive in Kenya. But what they're saying is that Kore, a language once spoken in coastal Kenya, is a case of the radical language death that was discussed above, because it was replaced in a single generation by Somali and Swahili. So for some reason, the people in coastal Kenya had to give up Kore, and they adopted to Somali and Swahili. And what's interesting is Somali is incredibly dialectical as well. So different tribes speak different dialects that are sometimes not mutually distinguishable. And furthermore, you can tell which tribe somebody's in and therefore their status based on what version of Somali they're speaking. But here they're just saying that this Kore from coastal Kenya was replaced by Somali in a single generation. I'm wondering if that has to do with refugee populations, because Swahili is pervasive. It's a I believe it's an official language of Kenya. Hey Alexa, what are the official languages of Kenya? Kora, just like you. The official languages in Kenya are English and Swahili. Kore, Jen. Kore. Thank you, Alexa.
You're so welcome. Your kindness really gives me a charge. Hope you had a good Saturday.
That didn't need 3 sentences of reply, Alexa. The micro-linguistics of dying languages. You have a headache, and Jasper won. Miss Sunrise Dawn, did you see the dog barking fixer thing? Jasper hates cultural imperialism too. Yes, he does. Sunrise Dawn, did you see the cool thing that Jen sent me a link for? Come on. Sorry, guys. I want to get this link for Sunrise Dawn. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. So there's that one, Sunrise Dawn. Orion. And there's this one. I bought the more expensive one. It's outside, so I'm not going to go get it right now to handle the barking. But Jen said it worked, and I think it's making a little bit of a difference. He wasn't barking very much, but it's worth a try. It's worth a try. It's free. I mean, it's I was expecting, when Jen was telling me about it, Dawn, I was expecting a 3-figure price tag. I was expecting it to be $300. So when it was only 30, I was like fucking thrilled. Fucking thrilled. The other primary discourse is that of the health of languages, which entails a corresponding potential for illness and invites quasi-medical comparisons. The concept of language health is also the presupposition for the notion of language death itself. Yes, Red, and furthermore, they are really vocal. The $30 one, they made it really clear that sometimes it just doesn't work for a dog. Some dogs it doesn't work for, and it doesn't work for your dog. Send it back and they'll give you a full refund. So, getting it through Amazon, you kind of can return it anyhow, but it's really nice that they've got such a generous return policy. Several of the contributors to Dorian's edited volume on language obsolescence. Oh, Orion doesn't seem to understand that squirrels are going to be in the yard. Your dogs are potheads. I tell you, Big Chief, my dog, if I've got edibles or pot in the house, he sniffs it out and will chew up and eat my edibles if I leave them in a place where he can get them. He goes after them like a fiend. Like a fiend. It is unseemly how badly he wants my pot in any form that I've got it. He's gotten into my edibles a couple of times. It makes for a laid back dog. You want a dog, Jen? I would like to have a pothead dog, but I chose a dachshund. The other day I had to crate him because I was outside and he would not stop barking to come in, and I didn't want to go in yet. Your cat said no, you don't. My cats are bigger than my dog, so that solved it there. Problematize the death metaphor and prefer alternatives such as contraction. Heller and Duchenne question the definability and therefore countability of languages at all. For my own part, I acknowledge the limitations, histories, and ideologies involved in all these discourses, and I have misgivings about my own use of them. On the other hand, I know that we will always need images for speaking about such things, and I lament the potential loss of languages around the world, particularly for their speakers, and will continue to advocate for those that are at risk in my nation. The most important consideration here must be the speakers rather than the language. In concentrating on language, discourses of biodiversity or health can sideline the speakers themselves. Speakers are very resourceful in creating new forms to serve their needs, and these may include mixed or impure linguistic structures which do not cleanly fit into the bounds of traditional language. If social conditions make speakers or communities speak to another language, we cannot address the language loss without taking account of the social conditions that. Oh my, I was all the way down to the bottom of the next page. Sorry. The microlinguistics of dying languages. As a language is lost, it changes and is subject to attrition. Structures and features drop away, its functions diminish, its range of variation reduces. When we compare this with the information about contact languages earlier in this chapter, these changes appear broad. These changes appear as broadly the opposite of what languages undergo as they are being created. This is true, but the parallels are only at the most general level, mainly because individual cases of both language birth and death differ so widely in their specifics. Speakers may also experience their own individual language death, even though the language itself lives on. This is known as language attrition, when individual speakers gradually lose their capability in a language as a result of long-term contact with another language, for example, after migration. Campbell and Munsell suggest some generalization for linguistic attrition in dying languages, such as losing phonological contrasts, overgeneralizing unmarked forms, making obligatory features variable, and diminishing the range of styles. The most widely sown change is reduction in morphology. China has many minority languages that have become endangered through being ignored or oppressed. Orion always tries to play with the cats, and they just watch him run. What's the word when the dog runs around in circles fast? I can't remember. China has many minority languages that have become endangered through being ignored or oppressed under the immense sway of the national language Mandarin. One of these is Oroken. Zoomies, that's right. There you go, Jen. Yes, when he has the zoomies, he runs around the cat trying to get the cat to play. The minute the cat starts playing with him, he runs and runs and runs, and the cat just bats at his head every time he runs by. It's kind of adorable. One of these is Oroken, spoken by a few thousand former hunter-gatherers in a once inaccessible area of northeastern China. Under colonization by the Han Chinese, Oroken speakers are losing the morphological complexity of their language. One of the earliest changes has been loss of emphatic reduplication in color adjectives. This operates through copying the first syllable of the adjective to make it mean an intense hue of the particular color. Bagdarin means white, and Bagdarin means very white, like white as snow. Shingarin means yellow. Shibsingarin means very yellow. Interesting. Kara means dark and glossy, and Kabkara means very dark, glossy, black. These subtleties are now lost to the language. Oroken is also losing its plural marking, borrowing vocabulary, and the phonology is changing. The external pressures come mostly from Mandarin, which has been aggressively promoted in recent decades. The language shifts accompany a raft of social changes, such as static settlement rather than nomadism, new resource-related occupations, intermarriage, modern communications, and majority language education. Borrowing, often large amounts of it, is seen in many language context situations and is common with dying languages. Thomason maintains that in extreme cases, the language can end up borrowing virtually everything from another dominant language. The Anglo-Romani language used by Romani people in England has English grammar and lexicon, but only a few hundred words remaining from the original Romani. Over time, speakers have been known to borrow the entire grammar and lexicon of another language so that the language dies through being transformed into the other language, such as with the Finnic language Votic. Well, don't languages always die through being transformed into the other language? Oh, Sunrise Dawn, I will say a prayer for your mom right now. I hope that it's nothing at all. Because they're trying to do it really fast and give us an overview of social linguistics, Gen Cell. They also used the not so great word for Romani in parentheses after the word Romani. Not cool. The cases, yes, indeed, Big Chief. The cases of Gaelic and Melanesian. You felt me skip it? Yeah. This chapter's case study. That's okay, Big Chief. It's an easy thing to say. I had to intentionally skip it so that it didn't roll out of my mouth. The chapter's case takes two cases, not one. The first is a case of language death in Scotland, and the other language birth in Southwest Pacific Ocean. You guys are amazing. East Sutherland Gaelic in Scotland. When the American sociolinguist Nancy Doran first went to the East Sutherland region of northern Scotland in 1963, she found 200 speakers of Gaelic in 3 coastal fishing villages north of Inverness. By the time she completed her fieldwork there 15 years later, half of those had died. A further 20 years on, nearly all the fluent speakers were dead or incapacitated. Those older speakers were not being replaced because children were growing up monolingual in English, making East Sutherland Gaelic a dying variety of an endangered language. Gaelic is the Celtic language of the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, brought from Ireland well over a millennium ago. It has been under pressure from English for many centuries. English colonialism in the region culminated in the clearances of the early 19th century, by which the mainly absentee landowners swept their Scottish tenants off the land to make way for sheep. They did that in England too, y'all, not just in Scotland. Anyhow, in East Sutherland, many of these crofters were resettled on the coast and formed the villages that Dorian later studied, distinguished by their fisher identity and its manifestations in dress, diet, and language. The brogue is cool. Wolf Machine, hi! Happy 420. Happy ot420. Happy 420. I need to finish the chapter. We're almost there, guys, I promise. We're almost there. We need to finish the chapter and then we will indulge. Dorian's study combines ethnographic perception and linguistic precision. As well as studying the fluent speakers, she focused on those who were not fully proficient and described the linguistic detail of their influency. She distinguished 3 groups of speakers graded by the age and proficiency. Older fluent speakers, the most conservative speakers, although showing some differences to traditional Gaelic grammar. Younger fluent speakers, numerous but subtle grammatical differences which go largely unnoticed. Semi-speakers, imperfect control of grammar, often because of incomplete acquisition, which is noticed by the community. On semi-speakers. While most of the East Sutherland Gaelic semi-speakers produce a Gaelic with very evident deficiencies, their receptive control of the language is outstanding. They are fully privy to all ordinary conversation in ESG. They can laugh at jokes and stories, pick up whispers, enjoy repartee, and make out messages under high noise conditions. It is not difficult for the visiting linguist to learn to speak more correct ESG than the semi-speakers, and even to speak it more readily and connectedly than many of them. But it is unlikely that he or she will ever equal the semi-speaker's effortless and complete understanding of the rapidly spoken language. Because of their outstanding passive skills in ESG, the semi-speakers have a strong sense of inclusion in the speech events of the community, however little they may say themselves. It even happens that a very weak speaker conceals from himself as well as from others how incomplete his productive control of the grammar is by remaining primarily a listener
and making judicious use of his limited spoken Gaelic in verbal interactions. With full passive skills, a little active use of Gaelic can be made to go a long way towards adequate social interaction. Speak it more readily and connectedly. Connectedly is probably fluently, is what they're trying to say there. Fluently would be a better word. Weak and incomplete. Yeah, they're defining things interestingly, aren't they? There is also a fourth group, passive bilinguals, who may understand everything and know a lot of individual words, but cannot make sentences. Yeah, I know. It makes it hard to read. The semi-speakers are a sociolinguistically fascinating group. In terms of the dimensions of bilingualism identified in Chapter 2, their receptive skills far outstrip their production. They cannot make sentences, but they can follow everything and participate highly in Gaelic interactions. They tend to be people who may have been among the youngest children of a family, had strong early attachment to an older relative like a grandparent, with heightened local allegiance through having spent time away, or just especially gregarious. Linguistically, Dorian found a highly variable picture of what features are decaying in East Sutherland Gaelic and how much. She judged the changes were similar to those that occurred during normal language change, but that the amount of change was both greater and faster. In language death, it is quite unpredictable what structures will be lost or retained and by whom. No particular linguistic features or processes are sure precursors of language death. Most of these changes can also occur in context situations which do not result in death. All we can say is very general. Language death does often involve simplification, and especially in the morphology. Normal, right? Creoles of the Pacific. Melanesian Pidgin is a unique language. It has gone from birth to national language status in little more than a century. Its origins and development are much debated among Pacific Creolists, so any scenario and timeline are open to challenges. Here I distill an account mainly informed by the work of Siegel, 2008, and Tyron and Charpentier, 2004. Melanesian Pidgin had its roots in the South Pacific jargon of the whaling area from about 1800 in the pidgins of the Australian East Coast. After the demise of whaling, a lingua franca was required to enable trade with the locals in bêche de mer, an aphrodisiac sea cucumber, which would eventually give its name to the new language of Vanuatu, Bislama. These lingua francas became widely used and were stabilizing by the 1860s, although still limited in structure and lexicon. Whaling had its roots in the South Pacific jargon of the whaling, WHALING era. What turned the jargon into a burgeoning pidgin from the 1860s was the establishment of plantations in Queensland, New Guinea, and some islands of Melanesia and Polynesia, including Fiji and Samoa. In the 40-plus years up to 1907, more than 100,000 Pacific men, speakers of hundreds of different languages, were recruited and transported resulting in social and economic upheaval in their home islands. They came mainly from Vanuatu, the New Hebrides, the Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, and Kiribati, Gilbert Islands pronounced Kiribati. They were transported by the Blackbirders, ships that circulated the Pacific picking up men to work in the plantations. Some recruits came voluntarily, but others were tricked and still others were forced, effectively kidnapped and enslaved. But they were called indentured laborers since slavery had been officially abolished in Britain and the Empire. Early Melanesian pidgin continued to establish and grow during the rest of the 19th century. It became quite uniform and fairly stable in its syntax and morphology, although with vocabulary differences. In due course, the laborers' return to their home island set the scene for its elaboration towards an extended pidgin. By the early 20th century, there was this class came with a content warning. By the early 20th century, there was a common Pacific pidgin pool with variant forms. I should probably make a content advisory before I do study sessions, huh, guys? By the early 20th century, there was a common Pacific pidgin pool with variant forms, which gradually differentiated into the three sister dialects, Bislama, Solomon's Pidgin, and Tok Pisin, at the end of the recruiting period. This was a much slower process that many scholars believe occurred with the Atlantic. This was a much slower process than many scholars believed with the Atlantic Creoles, which scarcely had time to pass through a pidgin stage before being spoken natively as Creoles. By the mid-20th century, the Melanesian pidgins had entered the phase of the acquisition of native speakers by a language, to quote Sankoff and Laberge's striking total. Children were being born into the language environment and learning it as their mother tongue. The languages have now been full Creoles with their own native speakers for decades, although certainly many more people speak them as a second rather than first languages. They have more than 3 million speakers and serve as the lingua francas for 3 countries where nearly 1,000 different languages are spoken. Tok Pisin in Papua New Guinea, Bislama in Vanuatu, and Solomon's Pidgin in the Solomon Islands. They are widely used for prestigious public functions, although English predominates in education. Those awkward pigeon ears, exactly, Jen. Guys, we are getting there. My teacher talks a lot about these screens, terministic screens. Have you heard that term, Jen? A terministic screen? Yeah, every single word needed defining. That's how I feel sometimes. I can't even get through a text. I would be horrible at Scientology study tech. Four pages left. Terminal screen. It is like a thought-stopping context, I believe. I need to understand it better. If you do a search on terminal screen, it'll bring up we'd be ideal marks. Yes, we would, but I would fail. There's no way I could do the looking up every word I don't understand the way they want you to. Boy, it is gray and yucky after being sunny and beautiful this morning. It turned gray and yucky. You were thinking video game? I am 4 classes away. 4 classes. I'm sorry, Jen. I'm really sorry. Okay. I got it. Research activity. The making of Melanesian pigeon. We are skipping that right now and going forward to the summary. I'm glad you're good, Jen. I'm glad you're good. Still sorry, but I'm glad you're good. You guys ready for the summary? And then we can get high. The most radical repercussions of language contact are language birth and death. When people who have no common language are thrown together, if they strike up a rudimentary set of words in order to communicate, called jargon. If communication continues, they create a pidgin, a language with limited vocabulary and simplified structures. If the pidgin establishes and spreads, it may develop the features of full language and be learned by children as their mother tongue. It is now a Creole. Pidgins were created on large scale with European expansion, especially in the Atlantic slave trade, which brought together Africans from diverse language backgrounds. The superstrate languages, such as English, usually contribute most of the vocabulary to the new languages, so are called the lexifiers. The substrate African languages contributed more to the grammar. They are defining words they already used. They also use the word to define the word, which is a no-no. Most issues in contact linguistics are contested. Theories of Creole genesis include the monogenesis theory that they all derive from a single original, the language bioprogram hypotheses that children construct the Creole's grammar, the relexification hypotheses that Creoles combine vocabulary from a superstrate language with the grammar from a substrate, the gradualist approach that stresses the time length needed to develop a Creole, an incremental approach in which each new wave of slaves learned the language, then reshaped it, and finally, Genesis can be seen as a mass serial second language acquisition. Creoles usually continue to coexist with their lexifier languages. This may lead to decreolization, in which the Creole reconverges with its lexifier, creating a continuum from the most deeply Creole speech, the basilect, to the most standard, the acrolect. In our time, language death is more common than language birth. Estimates that are only 10% of the world's 6,000 languages are safe. The rest are endangered or moribund. Discourses of language endangerment often parallel it to the loss of biological species or talk of a language's health. These discourses can be problematic, especially by focusing on the language rather than the interests of its speakers. 4 types of language death have been suggested: sudden, radical, gradual, and bottom to top. The most common change that occurs during language death is a reduction in morphology. As a case study of a dying language, Dorian's research on East Sutherland Gaelic identified groups of semi-speakers whose interactional skills were strong, although their speech was limited. A case of a new language is Melanesian Pidgin, which has gone from birth to national language status in little more than a century. It developed on the plantations of the Southwest Pacific, then differentiated into 3 dialects. I can talk. Bislama in Vanuatu, Solomons, Pidgin, and Tokpisin in Papua New Guinea. By the mid-20th century, children were learning it as their mother tongue, and it now has over 3 million speakers. Melanesian Pidgin structures show a discernible substrate effect, where different local languages has resulted in different grammatical features in the 3 regional varieties. Okay, guys. Now, I still have the 6-page instructor's study guide. Terms used to describe language. That was fun, and you've never been so angry? Yeah, yeah. But I do like their point. I do like their point about focusing on speakers rather than languages. I think that's the most important piece. My bear wants to say hi, guys. See? There it is. It says hi. They sold me another book because they abused their own language in the name of clarity and purity. Can't hold my smoke, y'all. Never have been able to. Cannot hold my own smoke. It is the worst. It is literally the worst. So, does anybody can't hold my smoke? Does anybody have any plans for tonight? Kind of heavy reading for a 4th grader. You can smoke but not vape, Jen. If I smoke, I cough more. It is kind of heavy reading for a 4th grader. You just rage ate a gummy? There you go, Jen. I'm too impatient for gummies. I'm too impatient for gummies. They don't work fast enough. I was saying the other day, my favorite Thank you, Susan. Hey, gold star for you, and a gold star for you, and a gold star for you. Gold stars for everybody. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, my favorite method of administration of marijuana is transdermal patches. You let your blood sugar levels get too low so we could finish the paper. You could have taken me along to get something to eat, Jen. Retired Red, they do things for me, but if I'm trying to get high, like I take them and 45 minutes later I'm like, "Oh, right, I'm high now." They it's not the same. Did anybody find any good 420 sales? I haven't even gone out. Screamed like a girl? Funny. Funny. And yes, Jen, you're poor. Yeah, they're so cool, Retired Red. It's like, medicine transdermal patches. It's like those transdermal patches, but it has THC in it. It's okay, Sunrise Dawn. I just wasn't sure what Shakar meant. So I figured you would clarify, and you did. And you did. Yeah, Red, the patches are really, really nice. They're really great for body stuff, but they are $20 a piece. So even if I get that marked down to $15 a piece because of Even if I get that marked down to $15 a piece because I don't have to pay tax because I have a medical card, that's still $15 a piece. The dispensaries here sell them retired. I already have, Jen. I already have. The lag and the pragmatics involved in managing that lag are one of the things that I thought might be really interesting to talk about. Reese is an incredible wizard at handling the lag. I don't know how she does it. I don't know how she does it. For me, it's really hard because the lag by the time I've said the stuff and you guys have typed it and it's gotten here and I read it. Wolf Machine, I understand trust issues. I only buy from dispensaries for that exact reason. And that's part of the reason that I've never done illegal drugs is I'm really afraid of where they're from. And in fact, I've told my children, don't take pills anybody gives you. If you want drugs, come to me. Come to me. We are, Jen. We are. That lag, the pragmatics of the lag and how to manage it. I mean, one of the things that is helpful, I find, is the fewer pronouns that are used, the easier it is for me. The fewer pronouns that are used, the easier it is for me. But for example, Red, I'm not quite sure what you're saying me too about because there have been so many things I've said in the last 30 seconds that you could probably say me too about that I'm not sure which one it is. And it's hard for me to just guess about that because it feels like I'm not being transparent in the communication. So and and the I don't think that the lag is as noticeable on you guys, right, Wolf? Right? I don't think the lag is as noticeable on you guys' side as it is on my side. And that may be because I'm the one doing the verbal communication and the conversation with chat. I don't know. I don't know why it's not synced up to better together. It would take an engineer to explain it to me, but I know it's because it takes time to transmit things. There you go. Exactly, Red. Do you see? It's my ADD. It's my can't remember shit. You deleted a comment, Jen? Or Dawn? You guys, the pot's starting to hit. The pot is starting to hit. I can't keep names straight. Yeah, it's like I don't know when y'all graduated high school, but I graduated high school in 1986. And so we graduated late enough that we missed the whole part of the 70s that turned into um AIDS. By missing, I mean we weren't in date. We were the early generations that went back to not having sex because we were so scared of what might happen. Yeah, I think you two again, Red. You're making me laugh. I know you understand there's a lag. It is interesting we all seem to have different lags. I think that's true, Jen. And I think that the other thing I've noticed is if you're if you're watching the chat, if you're watching me, and depending on which chat you have selected, so there's, if you're watching the chat, there's three dots up at the top right hand corner, and if you click on that, you can either watch top chat or all chat. Hey, Red, cool. So you can see all chat or top chat, and I think that the one that it defaults to is top chat instead of all chat. Jiminy Christmas, you guys. Jen, I had a feeling you were, and Red, I kind of would have guessed it. Guys, based on what YouTube tells me, that's, we're all the same age. We're all the same age based on what YouTube tells me. Yeah, this is an older crowd. Are you really, Susan? I never would have guessed that. No, not your age, your year. But I still wouldn't have guessed that. 95, Dawn? You are young, girl. 88, Big Chief? There you go, man. All of a sudden, I was reading ages, Susan, and it was like, that doesn't make any sense. That's how I know. Jen. So, Susan, you understand what I mean? Like, there was this era of free love. The stuff that was on TV in the mid to late 70s, they wouldn't let on TV nowadays, y'all. That stuff, it was free love. It was all open. There was, and then that shit closed. That shit like stopped in its tracks. And I think it's such a huge difference. Yes, our parents had a fuck ton of fun, didn't they, Red? And that pun was not intentional. Right, Susan. But we're only 6 years apart, and our experience of high school was completely, I bet you, different than yours. Jen, what I make you angry about? 2000, but dropped out in 98. Got your GED in 99. I didn't like high school and I wanted to grow up. You grew up in an atypical household. Everybody different strokes. I have kids who did all different ways of doing school. So, 2000 though, Wolf Machine, you're younger than I thought. Yes, damn hippies. Damn hippies ruined it for all of us. Actually, I think if you look at the 60s demographics, hippies were a minority, which is something that I think historically we think of differently. We think that everybody was a hippie, but in fact, hippies were the minority. That's part of the reason. Big Chief, I have two siblings. One of them is a half sibling, and is 20 years younger than me. 8. Your mama is a saint, Big Chief. A saint. Shit! You're the baby? Your coworker was in the photo of Woodstock on Time magazine. You can really see that it's her. Wow, Red. It was something else. You have 5, Susan. I have 4. That's so cool that she's in that picture. Your parents weren't hippies even though they looked like them. Your mom's mom had a bad car accident that left her with minor brain damage. So mom was taking care of her and raising my parents were definitely hippies, but really young. They're the hippies who didn't They're the hippies who didn't go to college. I think there's a difference between hippies who went to college and hippies who didn't went to college. What do you guys think? You think there's a difference there? Politically? Politically, I mean. Just one brother? Yeah, I have one full brother and one half sister. Wow, Wolf Machine. Your dad was a good dad, I hope. Tori, as far as I recall, did leave school to hitchhike to Ashbury. She thought it was cool. Opted out of school would be a better way of saying it, Jen. Opted out of school. Always good. Always good to look at all. Always good to look at all sides. Your uncle was a hippie that went to college. For a long time, he didn't wear shoes. He's still a hippie? Cool, Sunrise. My parents were hippies and they were really young. My mom was 20 when I was born. And my daddy was 24 and was really, really happy that he went to Korea rather than Vietnam. I think, Retired Red, it's so interesting to hear the stories and the perspectives. Um, yeah, yeah. Ask him. Ask him. He drank and did drugs until you were 15. You raised yourself. He's your best friend now. That's good. That's good, Wolf. That's good. I can imagine. I can imagine that grief would have hit him hard and would have made it really difficult to be a father when he was grieving as a husband so much. So I'm really glad. I'm so glad. I think it's amazing when there's happy stories and people come out happy. And that happy could be I never talked to him again, and I'm happy I never talked to him again. But I want people to come out of it happy. And it sounds like you and your dad are happy, so I'm glad for that. You finally got him to cut his long hair in 2010? That's funny, Sunrise Dawn. Your oldest sister was getting her master's when you were what? And I haven't cut my hair since 88. Big Chief, that's amazing. That's amazing. Wow. Now I want a picture, if that's not rude. That's amazing. That's such a cool thing, Big Chief. David Hoffman is the boomer documentarian. I love his Vietnam veteran long interviews, but he's EHN. You haven't cut your hair short since 88. Okay, that's cool though. I've had long hair. I've had long hair most of my adult life with a very few intersperses of short hair. So that'd be, 35 years. 3-hour videos about serving in Vietnam are humbling. Yes, they are. Serving in Vietnam was really a difficult thing. My parents were relieved my dad only had to go to Korea. When you were a kid, she was going and getting her master's degree. Yeah, my eldest finished up his master's degree last summer when my youngest, was in middle school. So, yeah. I've got that much of a range. Just I did it with fewer children. I've got 4 kids, which nowadays is a lot. 4 kids is a lot. 5 is a lot. We are stuck in the 80s. Y'all help. I don't know. The 80s, in some ways, the 80s were easier, weren't they? Oh, Susan, bless your brother's heart. I hope that he's doing well and that it was not too deep scars. Wolf Machine, it sounds like you've done amazing for yourself. I'm just really glad that you've come to the point that you are. This sounds like it's a good place, and I'm happy for you. Your dad didn't serve, and you can't remember why he didn't go. I'm sure he had good reasons. Not even sure your aunt wanted him to. I think he did it because he was job hunting after being laid off. Okay. You guys are great. I hope you all know that. I'm sorry, Susan. He did 2 tours because he didn't think your other brother would make it. I think that was, it was a difficult, and it was, we could have done so many things better during those times. Oh, thank you, Red. I really appreciate that. It's kind of a new feeling for me, this YouTube thing. It is. That's great, Susan. That's great. I'm really glad. It sounds like even though he still suffers, that he's also had it. Things are well for him. For that, I am happy. Amen to being able to handle those wars better. Yes, we could have, just like we could have done better in Iraq the first time around by not going the first time around, let alone not going the first time around, so that we didn't end up going the second time around. We just should have not gone into Iraq the first time around. But this is reliving old history, won't solve things. Oh, Wolf, I can't wait for that. That sounds just wonderful. That sounds just wonderful. Finding old VHS tapes and transferring them. I remember when the technology finally got affordable to get all of your family pictures transferred digitally. When that finally became something affordable to do in mass. And it was an amazing treasure trove of images of family members and that kind of thing. So I can imagine as we get better at the technology and it becomes more accessible to transfer VHS tapes, that we'll get, I'm sure we have, but I'm sure we'll get more amazing stuff. Oh, Sunrise Dawn. Your grandfather on the mom's side did a series of interviews for the newspaper in Tampa about his war experiences right before he died. The article came out a few days after he died. What an amazing in memoriam that must have been. How amazing of a memoriam. Wow. Wow. He took care of a little boy while he was there, paid him to watch his stuff when he was on duty. He wanted to adopt him and bring him back home, and they wouldn't let him. Yeah, Susan. Yeah. Yeah. You often look up that article and read it over again. You can hear his voice in my mind telling his stories. Yeah, Sunrise Dawn. I have some voicemails from my dad. And I have Some letters he wrote me. My sister kept every letter he ever wrote her. And I do not know. I get the letter and read it and throw it away. Throw it away. Never occurred to me to save it. I was in my younger years, I didn't think of things like that. They hadn't been taught to me, or I had missed the lesson. And anyhow, I have certain things that I can go back and remember him that way about, and it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. Jen, I'm assuming this is about the Iraqi war. It's way more affordable than you thought. Only $6 for the cable and $80 for the software. Wow, that's pretty amazing, Wolf Machine. But then don't you have to have a VCR, right? Don't you have to have a VCR? You've got to have a VCR, right? Yes, retired Red super sad stories from over there. Cambodia's worse, almost, if you can imagine. Cambodia and Laos. Okay, there you answered me. You have to have a VHS player too. That's the trick. How do you find a VHS player nowadays? Yes, everyone has VHS homework now. Even I'm going to go look. Big Chief, bless your heart. You can't tell us old ladies stuff like that. You wish your dad would go on camera, but we weren't raised that way. Yeah, I don't. My dad died the same year I got an iPhone. And before that, I think there were flip cameras, or maybe the flip cameras came after, but videotaping, that was the first. I don't even remember if the first iPhone took video. So digital recording, having a digital camcorder was something that was always out of reach financially for us, even though my husband worked in the tech sector. So it wasn't until really after my dad died that recording stuff like it is now was not something that happened then. You just didn't do it like you do now. So it's a pity that there's so much that could have been there is not. Sunrise Dawn, thank you for sharing the article. Will you email it to me also, sweetie? I would love to read it. I really would. And I can't click on it now. It won't, I don't think it will click even if I could click. So, and even if I could click, it would take me out of this window, and so then you guys would disappear. You have too let things slip by me that I wish I would have kept. A bundle of letters from my mother. Exactly. Exactly. Youth, I was talking to an old friend. We met early on in our high school years. And we were talking and decided that youth is wasted on the young. You've lost track of the angry emojis. Ah, they're forming one perfect ulcer now. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Dawn, it's amazing that it's online so you can look it up anytime you want. That's just amazing. I will have to dig up the thing about my dad. Maybe it'll come across my Facebook one of these days as a memory. I've got it someplace. I will come across it and read it to you guys. If you want to hear it, I'll read it. My hope is that you want to hear it. You still drag yours. Oh, pawn shops are a great idea. A great idea, Wolf Machine. There you go. Your grandmother was the same way, retired man. Retired. What did I just say? Retired red. Oh, I know what it was. Retired. Retired Rand. Retired Rand mother. That's where I was going. I read it. I read it all wonky. I might be a little high now. My apologies, Red. Jen, you might have a VHS that functions. Lost language to lost letters. Yeah. There you go. That's interesting. Thanks, Sunrise Dawn. Thanks, Jen. Wisdom is not free. Indeed. People often say they don't want to live in a world without pain, but I can't see a world worth living in that's without pain. I can't see that the world is worth living in if there isn't pain. Good night, Red. Sleep well. Nothing is free. Exactly, Jen. Nothing is free. Yeah, it helps you grow. Even trees need pruning. Yeah. Yeah. It's not that I want people to have pain, but if there isn't pain, then there's just numbness. I don't know, guys. Tell me if I'm wrong. I can't see a world that works without pain. I think that what we need to do is try to minimize pain and address people's pain and care for people in pain. Jen, it is exactly from the attachment. Scientology actually believes that shit. Ah, the pain is from the attachment. For real, huh, Jen? Tell me more. Because I think I misunderstood you. Buddha. The Buddha said the pain is from attachment, and so as you get older, we become more detached. Are you asking me, Four Noble Gases? I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. You let go of grasping and accept the illusion. Yes. And I think Four Noble Truths. Okay. There are Four Noble Truths in Buddhism. Because it sounds cool. I'm just not sure what you're referencing. Are you guys all Xenu Marliming? There's always a chemistry joke. Okay. Well, exactly. You might be too ripped for this. That's okay. Let's pick it up another time, though, please. Please, let's pick it up. There is suffering, but we know what causes it, so stop that. Well, yeah, for starters. For starters, exactly. Exactly, Jen. There is suffering, but we know what causes it, so stop that. And then when other shit happens, treat it. Treat it. We know how to treat trauma. We know what ACEs are. We know what causes ACEs. We know that they're preventable. We know that public health wise it would be less expensive overall. It would be less expensive to provide services to people who needed them, such that the situations that lead to adverse childhood experiences wouldn't arise. We know that that's more economically feasible than the situation that we're doing. Except stuff. Except stuff. I mean, isn't it Utah? Have I lost you guys? Yes, I think all of the above too. This one? Is the illusion yours or a collective illusion or something else? Right. Right. All and all I can do is tend my own garden. And if I tend my own garden, that will tend to lead. And that means, tend to the areas that I can tend to. If I tend to those areas and everybody else tends to their areas, then it'll happen. It'll happen. I can tell we're all high. We're arguing. I went full Candide in the final seconds. I'm not sure why it will happen if we all tend our own garden, but I think it means valuing everybody for what they can contribute and encouraging people to participate in society economically, educationally. Could certainly be all three. Yeah, I was thinking you Tend your own garden. Yeah. Y'all are hilarious. Right, Big Chief. The player's just doing what the player has to do. The game is just as stacked against them. They just may not realize it. I mean, how many episodes of how many stories are just about that? Don't hate the player, hate the game. Careful, Jen, I'll voluntold you. And you'll actually work here. Jiminy Christmas, guys. Yep, Susan. Indeedy that. I'm not even supposed to be here today. Exactly. Well, but we're all Gen Xers. We'll claim you as a Gen Xer, Susan. We're all Gen Xers. So, not even supposed to be here today. Not even supposed to be here today. I just work here. I am I. Can you tell? Okay, Wolf Machine, we'll claim you too. She is, Jen. I think we Gen Xers need to go from being overlooked to being loud, especially as Gen X women. I'm not quite sure what that means, but that's probably because I'm high as fuck. Happy 420, everybody. Xenu Marlene. W4B movement. What is that, Jen? You're that 30-year-old sneaker that's still popular today? Susan, you're so smart. Thank you, Dawn, for the article about your grandfather. Women in Korea quitting all men. Wow. That's happened, I believe that's happened in America. It would certainly be powerful. I think that sorry, that thought's lost. You guys are going to get a little more of that. The can't remember shit gets worse. And we'll make this a full 4-hour stream, guys. We'll make it a marathon. But then I gotta go. I gotta get dinner in the oven. Are they really, Jen? Black women are leading the way once again. What, Big Chief? Four hours and 20 minutes? Okay, Jen. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Big Chief, what in the entire F what? No sex, dating men, marriage, babies, full list Estrada. Wow. Wow, Jen. Is that what you mean, Big Chief? Is that what you were talking about? Yeah. No, I caught up. Took me a minute, but I caught up. I can go with that, Jen. Big Chief, there is a time, man, when I would have never even thought that I would consider being this radically feminist. However, when I discovered after I got sick that I did not qualify for long-term disability, Social Security disability, I don't qualify for Social Security disability for the simple fact that I've been a stay-at-home mom. So I traded my labor for nothing, and my labor has been valued at nothing when my labor is entirely the raising of the next generation, um, which benefits the state, by the way. So this lack of regard for women's work has got me a little more radical in my thinking. And I bet you I'm going to turn some people off by being this clear about my politics, but I guess people, you got to know where I stand right off the bat, because otherwise we're not really going to get along. Not that I'm saying that everybody has to be like me. I've only recently got here, and I wouldn't have thought this way for a really long time, and that's okay. It's really okay. I still love men. I probably have no desire to go full Lysistrata, but as Jen says, I am okay with the Daughters of the Comfort Women being the leaders globally of something like this. I think that that works. That works. In hour 4, Ish Gets Real. Herr Siegfried, how are you? It's so good to see you. We are keeping this stream open now since we've been here so long. It is ceremoniously going to be 4 hours and 20 minutes because it is 420 still here in America. We don't hate men. We do not hate men. Big Chief, I hope you haven't gone anywhere. You're still resting and healing? I know you had rotator cuff surgery the other day. I saw you in Lisa's stream talking about it. I hope it's going okay. Are you starting PT next week? Hi, I am I. Have you been lurking this whole time? Good, Big Chief. I didn't think so. I've been wrong before, I'm just saying, but I didn't think so. I hoped not. Sorry, guys. Cat hair in my nose. You know how that is with two monster cats in the house. Wow, you guys, it's been this whole 4-hour stream almost, and Orion hasn't been up on my lap once. Not once. You read Aristophanes? Good, Big Chief. In 2 weeks, you see the doctor and then you do physical therapy? Good. Good. I hope it makes your shoulder better overall. No, Orion's the dog, Jen. Orion's the dog. Guys, I'm just getting a giggle out of a 4-hour and 20-minute stream on 420. I just think that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. It is. I did not plan it this way. Not remotely close to it. I didn't plan it this way. So when is Surrey Cruz's birthday then, guys? I know, was it just, did it recently just happen? Gotta totally change the subject. I said Surrey Cruz, right? I meant Surrey Cruz. When is Surrey Cruz's 18th birthday? I appreciate that, Herr Siegfried. You are always welcome here. And we are glad to hear that you are doing well. 3 blunts and 8 of a marathon OG later, right. Lager? An 1/8 of a marathon OG lager? We did read a lot of words. I am hoping that in the morning those words will make a little bit more sense. I have got something like a 5-page paper to write on this bilingualism thing. Mind Candy, how are you? I think it did too, Susan. I think it just did happen. Mind Candy, did you get my email with the bear? We decided, since we're so far into the stream, I told everybody we'd end it at 4 o'clock, but I've been convinced that we have to go to 4:20. So you got here just in time, Mind Candy. I'm so glad you're doing well. Marathon OG is a strain. There you go. 3 blunts later. That is one of the disadvantages of smoking carts, is I never really know how much I've smoked. I just have to judge it on how I'm feeling, which is kind of like if you didn't know how much alcohol you were getting, right? If it was just random amounts of alcohol. I don't know how to make a good analogy, but and then I smoked 2 more. See, I'm working on holding my smoke. You guys, I am so close I'm just on the edge of 2,000 watch hours. I'm at something like 1926. Maybe it was 1978. But I know that's a big difference for me. But it's within 100 hours of hitting 2,000 watch hours. And then while cooking dinner, it hits you. Exactly, IMI. Exactly. Okay, now I forgot what I was saying. Oh, almost to 2,000 and almost to 900. And we're continuing to gain a few subscribers. The watch hours are keeping up. I think I might be dinging myself on growth because what I do isn't exactly clear. Am I doing a community channel? Am I doing study streams? Am I doing protesting? What am I doing? And so people who it I don't know what that narrows it down to, or if it makes I don't know if it makes the available people to pick from to find me more difficult, if it makes the YouTube gods less beneficent. Um, Second channel in record time. Reese got her second channel in record time. Or will get me over the hump and then we'll get to a second channel. I don't want a second channel, guys. I didn't even expect to get this far with the first channel. I mean, what they say is that most people will get less than 100 views on their videos. And I was really lucky. I hit a little mini algorithm blip early on and went to 400 or 500 subscribers really quickly. But then it's been really thank you, Mind Candy. I really appreciate it. Jen says the algorithm likes consistency, but DOA said something about how he only got a certain number of notifications a day, so he was using the lower channel for other things and as a backup plan. Okay. Okay, then if there's some benefit to getting a second channel, if there's some benefit to getting a second channel, then I can see reasons for doing it. But I'm not going to open a second channel until, I mean, that's something for me to think about at 10,000 subscribers, not at 3 or even 4,000 subscribers. I don't think. I see them, Big Chief. I see the icons. What makes you think I don't see them? So, all that said, for the channel, we are coming along. We are more than 2/3 of the way to being monetized for super chats and merchandise and memberships if you guys want to do memberships. And I'm going to leave that up to you guys once that's an option. And of course, super chats are your option. So the cool thing I think here would be merch, and I've got some fun merch ideas. Yeah, just like Jeff is starting it separate from Scientology stuff. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense, Mind Candy. I get it. Oh, nobody here spams them. I wouldn't let somebody hang out here spamming them. I wouldn't let somebody hang out here spamming like that. I don't like spamming like that. Yeah, finish one, then start accruing. So you made it to this point in the second channel process in record time. Exactly, Jen. Exactly. Herr Siegfried, we are doing well. Thank you. Thank you. Mind Candy, that's what I want to do too. That's what I want to do too. But I want to figure out how to make it fair for all of us. I'm not even sure if we'd make any money off of it. So that's another way we could do it is we could make the proceeds go to the foundation is another thing we could do. So there are several options, but however we do it, it has to work through somebody getting to enough subscribers to make it easy to make it happen. I mean, I could go and do some company that's not hooked up through YouTube and I could do it that way, but I don't know enough about how to do things to make that feasible. So I'm just going to be happy to wait for the YouTube way to do it, and then we'll get the Portland Squirrel Squad shirts. 19 more minutes. I show as 11 more minutes. I'm confused now, you guys, because you're agreeing with her. So what am I missing? Okay. Stream slippage arithmetic. There you go. There you go. Sorry, my lips are bugging me. They got extra dry sitting outside this afternoon. 1 o'clock was the same time that Reese's live with Tommy started. I came on at 1 o'clock. What the heck? That's so weird, you guys. I literally I came on at 1. I scheduled it for 1, and then I had to push it back to 1:30, and then I pushed it to 1:45. That's exactly right, Susan. 1:45. Never do the math, Jen. Susan, I think you're right. 1:45 is what it was. I forgot that I had that, but my son came over, and so I was late because my son came over, and so I was visiting with him. Sorry, y'all. So it was 1:45 when I started. So I show as 9.5 minutes left. 15 minutes. Okay. It says I've been live for 4 hours and 10 minutes. 4 hours and 11 minutes. I'm not questioning the mod. 15? You guys are terrible. I will do whatever you say. Love Maddie, how are you? We have been having a rip roaring time. Study time got over, so now we are celebrating 420. And because this live went so damn long, we are waiting until 420. But we're having an argument, Maddie, about when it's going to be at 420. And the ladies are telling me it's 15 minutes, except my screen shows I've been live for 4 hours and 12 minutes, which means it's 8 minutes. Is that what you're doing, Jen? So seriously, guys, how many more minutes? Only because I do have to get dinner in the oven. I mean, I could go toss it in the oven really quick, and while I leave you guys on hold, but that doesn't seem much fun. Power washed your 96-year-old mom's back porch steps and walk path down to the Jiminy Christmas, Maddie. Girl. Making frozen lasagna, mine Candy. I'm excited. I like lasagna. Synesthesia, what, Jen? What I do? Is that Love Maddie synesthesia? I am making a frozen lasagna, probably from Costco. Hopefully, it's the sausage one. I like the sausage one. Exactly. Exactly, Love Maddie. What Wolf Machine says. You just cleaned up and put a load, now you're hungry? I bet you're hungry, girl. I bet you're hungry. I hope so, mine Candy. I sure do hope so. I sure do hope so. My mouth is starting to get dry. My medications dry my mouth up like a desert normally, anyhow. That is the one major drawback to this habit that I have. The one major drawback is the dry mouth. It's always been bad, but when you start from dry mouth from the medication, then I have to tell you, it is something to overcome quite often. So you guys think I should continue to make a mix of kind of opinionated videos and study streams and go down to the org videos? That's you guys like that mix of things. I feel like it's a slice of my life, right? It's like it's not just the protesting I'm doing. This is the other parts of my life that I'm letting you guys in on. Is I think how I look at it. I hadn't really considered it up till now. But what do you guys think? Ignore the algorithm and just keep doing what I'm doing? I think you're probably right. I don't want to play to the algorithm. What I want to play to is what you guys prefer. So if you guys have a preference, or if you guys like the mix, thanks, Susan. That's what I need to know. I need to know if you guys are liking this mix, or if you'd like prefer one more of one thing over the other. And probably generally shorter streams than this particular one. Oh, 4.20 hours, not at 420. See, I was thinking making it live for 4 minutes and 20 seconds, not at 420. I get what you're saying. No. For I think so, Jen. Is that what it is? I'm really confused. Organic reach, Jen? Yes. You guys are in charge here. Go for as long as you tell me within reason. Within reason. I've got at most another 20 minutes or so. Assuming the pizza or the lasagna, we'll have enough time to cook it. We'll have enough time to cook it. It's the Costco lasagna. Probably. Most likely. Who buys lasagna? I mean, I suppose people still buy lasagna at the grocery store. Yes, Love Maddie, that's what I thought. 30 seconds. Exactly. That's what I thought. We're counting them down to 420. Well, you guys pick. We can do the second. Yes, 420 right now. Okay, we're going to call it 420. And we'll sort out what the other one meant next time. You guys, You're amazing. You're really amazing. Take care. Bye-bye.